Hello, everybody. How is your Thursday? We are here for Thursday, daytime, afternoon, evening, depending on where you are, sprints. And I'm very excited to be spending my Thursday with all of you because I need to get some reading done. I want to get some books in for the Amazing Readathon, or if you're trying to finish some things for whatever leg you're on, we are here. Say hi in the comments. Let me know what you're reading. And also, if you are participating in the Amazing Readathon, what leg you're on. I would love to know what city you are currently reading for. So I'd like to know your read and what city you're currently reading for. Let me know. If you are not participating in the Amazing Readathon, that is totally okay. You can still come and hang out with us as well. Although, if Bree does this next year, I would highly recommend joining because this has been a fun month. We have had a very fun time. I'm currently reading Other Words for Home, which is Margaret's host favorite. Pretty sure. So I'm reading this. However, I'm almost done. I am very close to finished. I think I have like 20 minutes left of the audiobook. Like I'm very close to done. So I will be finishing this in the first sprint. After that, I kind of let Team Blue decide. By letting Team Blue decide, it was mostly Rye, because I put my options in Team Blue, and Rye said that she finished Next of Kin like a couple weeks ago and gave it 5 stars, and it was one of my options. So I'm going to be moving on to Next of Kin when I finish Other Words for Home. This is like a contemporary romance. I know Rye has fallen in love with this author's writing, so I'm excited to give it a try. I've also heard on, I think it was on Instagram, someone compared this to like a Rory and Jess book. And my Gilmore Girls heart was like, that's how it ended up on my TBR. Really? So here we go. That's what I'm doing today. Since it's just me for the first little while, we may do some intense sprints. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if anyone else pops in. I have no idea who's coming, but I plan on being here for the next close to 7 hours because Cal is going live at 8 o'clock and I'm just going to chill here until Cal goes live. So we're going to get lots of reading done because I have nothing else to do today really except parenting, and that I can do while I read and I'm live. So let's see who's in the comments. Hello, Kay. How are you? Ready to read and be productive. I love that. Also, a good thing to do on a Thursday is get some productivity done. Hi, Rainy. I'm so glad to see you on the live, but I am so sorry that Lincoln is sick. I feel like everyone has been sick lately. Matt just got it, who's my teenage son, got sick. I had to cancel Tuesday night sprints because he was sick. So Monday night into Tuesday. So everybody has been having the sicknesses lately. I feel like fall's hit early here. Like even at night now, it's cold at night now, which I'm not mad about. I love fall. So I'm okay that fall's come early. But the problem with fall coming early is it has brought the illnesses with it. Hope your kiddos feel better soon. I know sick kiddos are horrible. Luckily, mine is 100% better and completely fine now, but I hope Lincoln feels better soon. Hi, Tina. Reading The Haiti Game by Sally Thorne, and I need to work on my TBR for this weekend because there's a lot going on. Isn't there a lot going on everywhere? That's another thing I have to do today is I have to cut out all the prompts for Ping Pongathon because I have to film my roles. Not my rolls, my throws. That's the word I'm looking for. Tomorrow. So I need to cut out all the prompts. So at some point today, that has to happen as well. Hello, Bree. How are you? Magnolia Park's The Long Way Home. Lovely. Also, hello. Just finished my first sightseeing book for Beijing. Awesome. This is my first sightseeing book as well. So once I finish this, I'll be moving on to Next of Kin. I kind of had a hard time picking books for this prompt, not because I didn't have a lot of options. I did, but nothing on my like mandatory TBR worked, except for the one book I used for my travel book. So after that, I kind of had to like pick from my shelves and from my Kindle TBR, and that's just too many options. Like I was overwhelmed. I was like, that's too much. It's too many things to pick. I love this book. I hope that you love it too. The Charm Offensive. I honestly love Alison Cochran's books, so I will gladly read anything that they want to put pen to paper for. Hello, Steph. How are you? Reading your coastal setting book. It happened one summer. Also a personal favorite of mine. So I'm glad that you're reading it. I hope you are loving it. Hello. Rainy finished Santorini today with House Across the Cerulean Sea. Currently on Cairo with Divine Rivals, trying to catch up rapidly. You've got this. Emma is sightseeing in Beijing, reading The Mystery of the Blue Train, hopefully finishing before the next palm drops. You've got this. I have faith in you. I think you've got this. I have no idea when the next prompt is going to drop. Brie does not tell me these things. I do not know. But I have faith in you. And like I said, we've got lots of sprints today to get some reading in. Hi, Leandra. You're at work. Thank you for listening to me in the background, though. I appreciate it. Have a good day at work. Believe I'm still in leg 5. Had to do some reading responsibilities, so I keep sightseeing there. Like I said, working on my TBR, trying to get through Santorini. Bree has 2 hours left of On Rotation. Reading tomorrow for a buddy read, and then listening to The Thinnest Air by Mika Kent while working on a blanket, and then maybe switching over to Akamath. We love this. Or no, that's not the one. That's not Akamath. Nope, A Quarter Silver Frames. Never mind. I can read acronyms. It's fine. Currently reading A Twisted Love Story. If it wasn't for book club, I probably would DNF it. Oh, no. Honestly, it depends on the book club, but I'm starting to realize that I'm still going to DNF for book clubs. I pushed through enough book clubs, and then I'm like, they're just hating on the book, that I've just realized that if I'm not liking it, it would be better for me to just only partially participate on what I read than like raining hate on the book that people in the book club liked, if that makes any sense. I hope that makes sense. Hi, Jill. Just finished your first sightseeing book for Team Green. May start my last magical readathon book that doesn't fit for Beijing. I am amazed at those who have been able to do both readathons. I know so many people have done both Amazing Readathon and Magical Readathon. My brain could not compute doing both. Like it was too much. It overloaded the system. In 7 hours, it'll be 1 a.m. here. Let's see how long I hang out before I crash and burn. Fair. If you have to sleep, if you have to leave to read, feel free to pop in and out as needed, but come and spend time as possible. This weekend, not only is a 24-hour sprint happening, where is the 24-hour sprint happening? But a 1,000-page reading challenge is happening this week. Oh, Neva's. Oh my goodness. I know this and I forgot. People, it's fine. I'm fine. If I'm not looking at a calendar, I know no things. Right. Neva's 24-hour sprint's happening starting tomorrow. Duh. Send help, people. Hello. Early-ish morning where I am, and I only have to do a little email work from home today, so hopefully I'll get in some sightseeing books. Amazing. Hello, I am well. How are you? Also finished a sightseeing book for Beijing, so I'm reading some books that don't work for the prompt, but we'll need to go back to the library in the next couple of weeks. That's fair. Sometimes we have to do those mandatory reads. For sure. To be honest, as much as I love this readathon, I decided to take at least 1 month break from readathons. That's fair. Sometimes we need a break. Oh, that's Paige's readathon, right? There's a lot of good readathons happening in September, but I can totally understand needing a readathon break. I've done that before in past months where I'm like, I need a break. I just need to like mood read, do what I need to do and do the things. But next month will not be that for me, but I understand needing it. Hi, Taylor. Reading None of This Is True, but I can't remember what leg I'm on. That's okay. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I hope you are loving None of This Is True. I loved that book. Need to figure out what I'm doing for ping pongathon as well. Hello, Michaela, working from home. Right? Sometimes you just jump right in and that's totally fine. Hello. Liking the Charm Offensive, the mental health rep is so good. Read Kiss Her Once for Me. I loved that book as well. And again, I think that's why I like Alison Cochran's books, because as someone with general anxiety disorder, I feel like it's covered very well in their books. And I appreciate how well it's covered because it's not always a given. I am not hosting this time. I was not free on Saturday, so I'm not hosting this time, which is why I probably forgot, because I'm not actually hosting. But I will be in the comments as much as humanly possible on Friday. But that's why I forgot. But I did know it was happening, so I should not have forgotten. It's fine. Everything's fine. Reading Aristotle and Dante, dive into the waters of the world to get to Beijing. Have less than 200 pages left. You've got this, Stacy. I would love to see, I love when I do long sprints that I can see people like make their journey through the books and actually finish books while on sprints. Like, it's so fun to see that with long sprints. So I'm excited to see everyone's book journeys today. Hi, Amanda. Trying to decide if I want to try and get in another sightseeing book or take a guess at the next prompt and start something chunky. So many decisions. I cannot tell you what to do because I don't know any of the things. But what I have been doing, I can only tell you what I've been doing, is I have just been working with the prompt that I have. And if I have to put down a book in the middle of it because a new prompt drops and it doesn't fit, that is what I have done. Is that the best strategy? I don't know. I have no idea. Do I have a pile of books that have just bookmarks in them that have been left from city to city? Absolutely, I do. So I don't know if that's the best decision, but that's what I've been doing. It's just working with the information I have and then changing as soon as I have different information. Just Michaela's in the same boat, trying to figure that out. Ooh. Oh, I'm so excited. This one, I also knew I was participating in Rom-Comathon next month because I've never missed a Rom-Comathon. So I will be participating in Rom-Comathon, but I've been waiting to plan what I'm reading for the announcement to see if there's any specific prompts, if there's anything going on. So in this first sprint, maybe we will be watching the Rom-Comathon announcements instead of finishing Other Words for Home and then coming back. That might be what we do. As a collective, should we all go watch Rom-Comathon announcements? I think we probably should. Hello, Glenda. Finishing up The Love Hypothesis by Ali Hazelwood. You're also taking a readathon break. That's fair. Sometimes we need it so we don't also put ourselves into like a reading slump, because that can happen too. Or sometimes I will still participate in a readathon, but I will have I'll do it low key. Like, I won't throw myself into it as hard as some other readathons. And the nice thing with some of the readathons coming up, like Rom-Comathon, they can be like, you can just read 1 or 2 books and be participating. You don't have to fill every prompt necessarily. I don't even know what the prompts are, but you know what I'm saying. Definitely hoping to go pretty light on readathons next month. Yes. I think we're all getting to the point of being tired, but let's finish the Amazing Readathon strong. I have faith in us. Hello, Sarah. It does look and sound like so much fun. That's what pulls us in, right? It's like, oh, that looks fun. The FOMO pulls us in. Thinking I'll do cozies for ping pongathon. Yep. I've seen this in the blue chat. And they've seen it a little bit in the general chat. People have ideas. And to be honest, I don't trust anything that I think is happening because Brie is sneaky. So I have ideas, but I don't trust it. I never trust what I think is happening. I've been wrong too many times in the past to be trusting what I think is happening. 40 minutes left of your ebook to get to Beijing. You'll totally do that in the first sprint because we're going to do a 45-minute sprint. So you've got this. Unless you're going to watch the Rom-Comathon announcement, then you'll do it in 2 sprints. But still, you're on your way. Going back to work has kicked my butt. I know, Rainy. You had so much time off with it being summer and also maternity leave. So that it's been hard to get back into it, huh? So I'm only reading books. I only reading the book for the leg. No bookmarks here, unless you count the 12 I was reading prior to the readathon. Fair, fair. I have. Luckily, there's been a couple of books that I put down in past legs that have worked later, like before the coffee gets cold. I just finished that. I put it down in. I have no idea when I put it down, but I put it down somewhere and I just picked it back up and finished it. Not for this prompt, but I think the one before it. Currently reading Queen of Nothing. Nice. Okay, we have hit the end of the comments. So let me pull up the timer and I will see everyone in 45 minutes.
Now boarding flight AMZ 825 to Beijing.
Hello, everyone. How did that sprint go for you? I ended up watching the rom-comathon announcement. Very excited to be doing rom-comathon again this round, and kind of thinking in my head what I'll be reading. I bought the group book on Kindle. I got the audio. It's part of the Audible library. So if you're an Audible member, you get it for free as part of the Audible library. So that was exciting. So I did end up grabbing the audiobook on Audible for free. And then, like I said, ordering the Kindle copy of the book. So I'm good for that. I did also finish Other Words for Home. 5 stars. Absolutely amazing book. I can see why it was one of Margaret's host favorites. So that's exciting. And then I did end up starting Next of Kin, but I've only read the first chapter. So at this point, do I have a lot of thoughts? Absolutely, I do not. How did that sprint go for everybody else? Let me know in the comments and let me figure out where we were when we started the sprint. So Alicia said, the only thing that has been consistent with the readathon is that I really have no idea ever. I love it. I love riding the ride of just whatever comes up, right? I think that has been the most fun part of the Amazing Readathon, is just kind of just going with it and being a part of the whole experience. It's just been what's going to happen. I have no idea. I kind of love that as hosts, we didn't know either, because then I could still participate in that craziness of it. So I liked that. Going to be doing Battleathon in September, and then mood reading as many spooky things as possible in October and November. I am also doing Battleathon very low key. I'm going to be dipping my toe in as much as possible and keeping up on the prompts. But probably just doing like one book for each prompt, and just kind of using my ping pongathon and my Timmy's TBR books to fill them. My Timmy's TBR is going up on Saturday. And frankly, this is the most chaotic round that has ever occurred. And I will let you see what that is when it comes out. But I think the board took a look at what Bree was doing for the Amazing Readathon and went, oh, that looks fun. Let me be chaotic too. And that's what Timmy's TBR did. So it's a time. Timmy's TBR was very chaotic. Hello, Katie. Just finished your Beijing book this morning. Not sure what I'm starting next. Do you have options? We would love to help you. I literally had to go into Blue Chat this morning for the same thing and be like, what do I do? What do I read? I have no idea. Hello, Jessica. How are you? What are you reading and doing this morning? Oh, the group book is on Scrib 2. Well, the reason I got it on Audible was I went to see if it was on KU. And then I saw that the audiobook was free. So I was like, well, add. So I never even went to look at Scribd, but that's good to know. Made it to 87% of on rotation. Should be finished in the next sprint. Bree, is this your travel book or is this a sightseeing book? I just like to know where you are in the process of the readathon, just for knowing. Got to 47% into the charm offensive. Also fits what I think the next prompt is. Ooh, Mika's got ideas of what the next prompt is. I have no idea, to be honest. I've seen what everyone thinks it is. And to be honest, if it wasn't for like Bree making videos for the prompts, I think if we figured it out, Bree would change it. But I know the videos were pre-filmed, so that's not going to happen. But I wouldn't put it past. Read like 30 pages and realized I messed up on crocheting my sweater, so I had to restart that. Oh, that's so disappointing. But I am impressed that you even know how to crochet a sweater, because I would have no clue. I would not even know what to do. 67 pages of It Happened One Summer. It's getting better. So it's an example of not judging the main character by the first chapter. I totally understand. Now, I'm horrible with main characters' names. So if I say the wrong name, just go past, but I think it's Piper. Piper is one of those characters that definitely grows on you. But the reason I loved It Happened One Summer was more Brendan than Piper anyway. So keep that in mind. But I did love Piper near the end. Or like I liked Piper the whole way through. I just liked seeing Piper's growth. Piper had a really good character growth and character arc in It Happened One Summer. The problem with being a content creator is I have to start spooky season content next month. This is true. Have to film Kerplunk this weekend. I'm afraid of her. She's been sitting in the corner watching all the chaos unfold. She probably got ideas. I will tell you, if Kerplunk saw what Timmy's TBR saw, I mean, I love making a TBR game, but it also, as a content creator, you have books that you need to read every month. You kind of hope that they will fit into the TBR game somewhere. Well, we'll just leave it at that. That's not it. Hello, Christina. How are you? Oh, you're sightseeing. Okay. Watch the rom-comathon videos and read 17 pages and calm down a crying baby. That's very productive. Taking care of the children is always necessary. Mine's decided to nap, which I will say he does not typically nap. So I feel like he's still he's better from the flu, but I think he's catching up from missing out on a lot of sleep. Only 20% into my book, so need to finish that. I have a feeling the next prompt is going to drop tomorrow. We'll see. We shall see. So, for all of us who think we know what the next prompt is, maybe we don't. Because if Bree's given 0 clues, how are we to know? Or is Bree lying right now? I don't know. Also have no idea, but I'm ready for the chaos. I think that's just what we just have to be prepared for at this point, is just the absolute chaos of Amazing Readathon. And I love it. I really do love it. Had to go outside with the weed whacker. Need to eat lunch in the next sprint. I guess the post that came before and also fits what I think is the next prompt was next to YouTube. Oh, it must have. Because I only saw the one comment. I'm going up to check. Yeah, I don't see it, Michaela. YouTube must have filtered it out. I hate when they do that. I don't even know what it decides to filter out, to be honest. Right? I love Brendan. Yes, Piper. Look, to be honest, it has been a good almost 2 years since I've read It Happened One Summer. Year and a half. I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a good 200 books since I've read It Happened One Summer. So I'm impressed that I remember those characters' names because, to be honest, half the time I get to my wrap up and I couldn't even tell you the names of the characters in books. So I'm impressed. Think I'm going to read the Phoenix Whisper, banking that I'll have enough time to read it. 207 pages. Oh, I think you can do that. I think so. Don't know when the next prompt is, so do not take me as any sort of confirmation that you have time, but I think you've got this. I'm starting a book that is about that size. Next of kin is 260 some pages, so I'm making the same choice. Hopefully we're right. Then I don't know what the next prompt is. Finished my buddy read section and made lunch for my son. What are you buddy reading, Kay? I probably know this and have forgotten, which is very possible. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's only going to be 10 legs, right? Yes, there's only 10 legs in total. So 2 more after this one. So we have 2 more cities, 2 more locations, 2 more drops. When they are coming, I do not know. Where are we going? I have no idea. So who knows? Yes. Thank you. I did know this. See? I was like, I'm sure I did know, but my brain has lost it. Finish my sightseeing book and I'll start another in the next sprint. Do you know what you're starting? Doing good. Finished moving yesterday. Oh, that's a big task. I'm glad that you got it, that you're moved in. Now you can kind of start getting ready and setting things up in your new place. That's always fun. We'll be reading in between, getting ready for graduating school and adjusting to the new digs. Everyone has got this. That's right. We do. We've got this. We are all doing amazing work. No matter where you are in the race, no matter what you're doing, we're all doing amazing work. But we are at the end of the comments. And from the first chapter, I am actually interested to see where this book goes. So let me pull up the timer. And I think during this sprint, I'm going to, because I have the audiobook of this. So I think I'm going to listen to the audiobook and try and cut out some of my pick-pongathon prompts. I think that's my plan for this sprint. This is actually a great idea, Kay. I may also make a coffee in this sprint. I think that is a wonderful suggestion because I need a coffee. I've only had one coffee today, which for me is like barely any. So I think that's what I'm going to do as well. So audiobook, coffee, and cutting pick-pongathon prompts. I will see everyone in 45 minutes.
Now boarding flight AMZ 825 to Beijing.
Hello, and we are back. I made it to 20% of Next of Kin, and I am loving this book. I'm so glad Rye told me to read this because this is fantastic. So it's basically two siblings who are trying to get custody of their younger siblings because for various reasons, their siblings have ended up in foster care. So they end up living together so that they qualify for what CPS needs them to have. And there's some chemistry between these two. The adult characters, I think, are around 24, 25, and then they have younger siblings. One's 15 and one is a baby. And the 15-year-old is deaf. So I'm really loving how there's deaf representation in this book. And I'm really loving how it's even covered, even how like strategically it's covered with the font and things used so you know what dialogue is being verbally said and what dialogue is being signed. It's in a different font, and I love that addition to this book because it makes it really easy to know who's communicating with who and how. And I'm just really liking how it's covered in this book. I'm having a great time. I'm really glad Rye told me to read this. Rye gave it 5 stars, so I guess I should have been prepared that I would love it. And I am. I did not end up making a coffee during that sprint. I ended up cutting Pickpockathon prompts, which I have not finished because there are so many. There's, I think, 72 prompts that I need to cut out, plus the what are they called? The advantages and disadvantages. That's not the word, but we're going to go with it. And so I have to cut out all those. I think I have like 3 pages of prompts left. So I'll do that sometime later. My hand was getting tired of using scissors. So I'll go back to that later. And I think I will make a coffee in the next sprint because I am getting a little bit like it's that, I think it's what, 3 o'clock here? Yeah, it's 3. And I feel like 3 o'clock is the time where like I need a little pick me up in the afternoons. But I can understand not wanting to read it or not wanting to drink coffee at 7 p.m. because, you know, sleep is important too. Hello, no worries. You are not even late. We've only done 2 sprints and we will be here for quite a while yet. I'm sorry that you didn't sleep well, though. That's always the worst. Reading the rebound as a physical and on chapter 2, and e-reading yoga for 1 for me on chapter 12, and listening to Washed Up, but be aware of trigger warnings. Good to know. Hello, Leandra. Finished with work. Nice. We love that we're finishing with work for the day. And are 2/3 of your way through your Beijing book. You've got this. What are you reading for Beijing, Leandra? I don't think I know. Can you tell me? Got to 30% in Divine Rivals. Absolutely loving this. I want to pick this up. The reason I wasn't sure I wanted to pick it up was because I thought that it was fantasy romance. And I don't know if it is fantasy romance. But I do know that it's historical because someone mentioned that on sprints, I think, last night, that it was historical, like a historical fantasy. I don't know if there's a romance part in it either. But I like historical fantasy, so that made me interested in picking this up. And also, I actually just found a fantasy romance that I actually really liked. So maybe I'm entering my fantasy romance era. Maybe it's finally happening. Rainy will be thrilled if it's happening. I don't know if it is, but it might. Hello, Sam. Welcome to the sprints. Amal got to 36% into Washed Up. Speaking of deaf representation, I really want to read True Biz eventually. I don't know what this is. Hold on. Please hold. I'm going to take a screenshot of this comment because I want to remember that. Yes, please. Scrib doesn't have the audio for Phoenix Whispers. That's so rude when Scrib doesn't have stuff. So I switched to The Paper Magician, which I bought in 2012 or 2014 and never read. KU has the audio. That's lovely. I love when we pick up books that have been sitting on our shelves for so long, because we all have those books that have like become permanent fixtures in our TBR, and we need to get to them. Figured out my TBR for the weekend. Now I'm making cheese danishes. Yummy. Read about 40 pages of Scum Villain's self-saving system, and I'm really annoyed with some of the characters. Oh no, that's never fun. I'm a super character-focused reader, so I always have a hard time when I don't like the characters. Like, I'm okay not liking villains, but like there has to be some characters that I somehow have an affinity toward. Even if I love to hate them, like a character, like a villain that you love to hate, but because I'm a character focused reader, I have to have characters that I care about in some way. Listen to 4 chapters and finish 2 squares. Just got called into work, so that will be your last sprint for this afternoon. Oh no. Steph, I hope you have a good night at work. I'm sorry you got called in. I know you were looking forward to having the afternoon off, but I hope you have an okay time at work. Bree finished the book, 3.5 stars. I have mixed feelings. You kind of had mixed feelings last night. You were saying like there was parts of it that were really interesting and then parts that were like, can we just go back to the other part? I think that's what you said last night. So that makes sense. Sometimes I find that, I know this wasn't a dual perspective book, but when there is sometimes dual perspectives and you like one perspective way more than the other one, it's always like hard to figure out. Benefits of having ADHD: coffee does not wake me up. Actually makes me sleepy most of the time. Learned from my psychology professor that if coffee tires and mellows you, you have ADHD. That's really interesting. It definitely wakes me up. I use it to stay awake all the time. I drink so much coffee. Reading Oliver Twist, and I've got mixed feelings, hence why I don't read classics too often. Fair. Love late night coffee. It's not healthy, but it doesn't keep me up, so I drink it. Caffeine really has no effect on my sleep. If I am, I will read the books that you sent me. I feel like, I don't know. I don't want to say that I really liked one and now I'm entering the era, but it makes me want to pick up more fantasy romance because I loved this one so much. And I'm like, maybe it's time. Maybe we've hit it. The Amazing Readathon made me pick up a book I haven't looked at in 2 years since I bought it. I love this because we all have those books. We all have the books that are on our TBRs and we've forgotten that we own them. It was actually, that happened to me today. I was talking to Aoife and we were talking about a potential book to read, to do a buddy read together. And I went to see if it was on KU. And when I went, it told me that I had already bought it and it was on my Kindle. And I said to Eva, my Kindle is where books go to die, apparently. Because like I had no recollection of putting it on my Kindle. But I was like, I'm good to buddy read it because I have it. This is what I'm loving about this readathon. It's making me look at my physical TBR shelves first. I love this. I also think it's making me read things that I wouldn't necessarily have prioritized. Not necessarily that they've been on my TBR for a while, but it's making me prioritize things that I would not have been prioritizing otherwise because the prompts. And I'm looking for, I'm looking for more of those bonus points, bigger books that fit the prompts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, or even smaller books that fit the prompts because I don't know when the next prompt drops. So it's making me really look at my shelves and see what I can be picking up and finding things that I kind of forgot were on there. Or that I didn't forget, but definitely didn't think I would be reading in August. Love the main characters of Scumvillain, but in that was horrible. Love the main characters of Scumvillain, but in volume 3, the villains get so annoying. I always thought I was just immune to coffee because it would make me tired and it wasn't decaf. Nope, just my brain. There you go. Everyone's like, wow, maybe that's my brain too. Coffee tires my husband. ADHD makes sense. I truthfully believe that everyone is a little bit neurospicy. We all have our things. And once we learn about them, it's like, oh, that makes so much sense. When I learned about what, like, for me, it's generalized anxiety. And when I learned what even it looked like, even in children, I was like, oh, yeah, that was totally me. Like, how did no one notice? Because no one knew, right? Like, and when you look back, you're like, oh, yeah, that's me. That's my brain. Need to get tested for ADHD and autism because I have so many of the symptoms. This readathon has made me read way more than I normally do. I'm on track to read 11 books this month, and that's a lot for me. That is a ton of books. Amazing, Emma. That is literally amazing. 11 books is so many books. I feel like everyone has read more than normal this month just because, like you said, it's making us pick up things. It's making us kind of try and stay on track to get done, a book every couple of days if possible. Hi, Jean. How are you? Working, but just wanted to say hello. I'm so glad that you could pop in even for a little bit. Finish sightseeing in Beijing. Amazing. Yes, I agree. This readathon has me picking up books that have been sitting on the shelves for years or series I've always wanted to get back to, but I forgot about. Yes. I don't know what to read next. I should prioritize my physical TBR, but I'm thinking a fantasy novella to break up the contemporaries. I think that's a good idea. The thing is, you can also kind of know what the next prompt is. So you kind of know like what genre you're going to be going into too, maybe. I guess not because you're letting Patreon pick your reads. So maybe you can't. I find that I need to switch on my genre every couple of books, or I get just a little not bored, but kind of bored. Like everything just it would do better if I had taken a break from it after a couple of books. Hello, had some dinner and gonna read hopefully in the next sprint. Started 6 Scorched Roses and did some laundry. I also should do some laundry. I feel like I don't know if anyone relates to this, but like there is always laundry to be done between sheets and actual clothes and kids' clothes. Like the laundry is never done. And at any point in time, I really could do laundry or probably should do laundry at any point. I've just definitely read way more than normal this month. Oh, me too. Me too. I am terrified to do my wrap up this month. Even someone commented on my July wrap up because my July wrap up was 30 minutes long. So sorry. And they were like, how long is your August going to be? Because what are you just going to like roll the B-roll? And I was like, yeah, we're going to just have to roll the B-roll or it's going to be a full length movie. Like, I don't know how I'm going to do my wrap up for August. I'm going to have to figure out something because it's going to be way too long if I don't come up with a plan. Yeah, when I learned I was autistic, I was like, oh, of course, MS plus autism, that's enough neurodivergence for me. Thank you. Right. Like you find out that's what you have. And it makes so many things. And when you learn about how that makes your brain work and things, it just makes you go, that is me. That's why I am this way. I wish I would have known that my whole life because it would have explained things that I thought were maybe wrong about me, but really are just how my brain works. Like sometimes I wish I would have known stuff about it when I was younger. Laundry never ends. Mm-hmm. It does not. Ate lunch and dinner. Now I'm going to read. Yes, I've been reading lots of historical mysteries and historical fiction this month. Can't do any more. Time to move on to a new genre. It's time. Talked about this in my vlog. Go check it out there. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do with at least the Face Off weekend stuff. I think I'm not going to put Face Off in my wrap up because most of Face Off was manga, very short stories, or my reread of Heartstopper, which realistically, if you are interested in knowing about that, there's an entire vlog of it. So I might just do like my actual books and then not that those aren't books, but you know what I mean? Like the books that I read throughout the month and then be like, if you want to know about the 12 books I read during 48 hours, here's the vlog. Because if I could subtract 12 books from my wrap up, that would make it more manageable. Maybe. And realistically, do I need to talk about Heartstopper anymore? Like, people know. People know about Heartstopper. People know how wonderful it is. Like, we don't necessarily need to rehash that. Have read hardly anything this month. I blame the summer holidays. That is also fair. We haven't done that much this summer. It has been raining so much here. However, about 4 days ago now, the weather changed. It 100% changed, and it is now fall weather outside. It is fully fall. It is the colder air, and fall has arrived, and I'm so happy about it. I actually wore a sweater the other day. Like, I am so thrilled. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to do a little bit more outings. Hopefully the rain kind of is over and we'll get like some nice fall weather to go like apple picking, to the pumpkin patch, doing all the fall things. That's what I want to do. Hello, Michelle. Trying to finish one more book before the next city drops, reading as quickly as I can. I am doing the same. I just started this in not the first sprint. Well, at the very end of the first sprint, I'd read the first chapter. So I just started this a couple of sprints ago, and I'm doing the exact same thing. Like, let's see if I can get it in, because I have no idea. I am so ready for fall, right? Tim Hortons. I went to Tim Hortons this morning, and they had all their pumpkin spice, like muffins and donuts and a Dutch apple fritter. And I didn't get any of them, but I was just so excited to see it. I was like, yes, it's here. Fall is here. I'm so excited. Fall already. It's definitely still summer here, including summer storms. This is very early for, well, not very early, a couple of weeks early. I mean, I do live in northern Canada, so it is, colder earlier. But yeah, it is still a couple of weeks early, but I'm excited. I love fall. Fall's my favorite season, so. We are? That's so exciting. Oh, you're reading Next to Me. I'm reading Next of Kin. Is that the one you're reading? Or is that the sequel? Let me know, Michelle. Are you reading the sequel? I feel like that might be the sequel. Hold on. No, Next to You is the sequel. So which one are you reading? Are you reading Next of Kin or Next of You? Are you liking it? Tell me the things. Next of Kin. You are right. No worries. I thought that might be the name of the sequel because it's all like next of blank. So I wasn't sure because I only picked this up this morning. It was on my Kindle already on KU. I had downloaded it from KU and I put up options in Team Blue and Rye was like, read this. It's fantastic. So here we are. I'm so glad we're doing an unintentional buddy read of it. Totally recommend Hannah Bonham Young. Yes, Rye did as well. Rye said it was fantastic. So here we are. So far, I agree with Rye and you. Fantastic. Yes, I had a pumpkin spice cold brew and apple croissant at Starbucks today. It's so exciting. I love that fall's here. We've had all the fall feeling days, but then 1 to 2 days later, it's so hot. Leaves are changing. I'm ready for the cold weather. I thought we might just be getting it for a couple days. I thought that might be happening, but I looked at the weather and we have at least 10 days of it according to now. So I would say if it does stay as that and we're keeping it for the next 10 days, that puts us into September. And I don't foresee it going hot again if it stays that long. So I think fall is here. Do you like it? I'm an adoptive mom, so it caught my eye. I saw Rye mentioned it too. Mm-hmm. I'm really liking it. I'm also really liking the deaf representation in this book. I'm really liking it. Yes, the author is also Canadian. This is true. I want to read. I think they only have 3 books out. The first 2 in this series, and then Out on a Limb. And I will probably read all 3. To be honest, I like them all, but I don't think Out on a Limb has an audiobook yet, so I'll probably wait till that comes out. I think I saw that it's coming out by the end of the year, so only a couple of months to wait. Anyway, let me pull up the timer and we will get back to reading, and I will see everyone in 45 minutes.
Now boarding flight AMZ 825 to Beijing.
Hello. I got to 35% of Next of Kin. And honestly, I think this is going to be a 5-star book for me if it continues in the vein that it is. Rye gave it 5 stars, so this is not surprising, but I am loving this book. The found family in this book, fantastic. Loving it. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be 5 stars. It's a little early to say that with all the certainty in the world, but I am having a fantastic time with it, and it's reading very quickly, which is good, but I thought this would be the last book that I read today. Now I'm wondering if I'm going to need another book. We'll see. We'll see when I finish. I still have another 65% left, so we'll see. How did that sprint go for everybody else? Let me know. Ooh, I did not know this, Jean. So I'm going to look this up and potentially add this to my Christmas TBR, because if this is what I've come to expect, and I know Rye also said Out on a Limb was great, I'm probably going to just read everything by this author because there isn't that much. Like there's only 3 or 4 books. So it's very easily conquerable to read all of them. So I may have to add that to my list. Hello, Courtney. How are you? My brain can't do fantasy right now. Gonna have to try something else. Fair. I'm very much feeling like the romance right now. Like that's what I wanted. I wanted a romance. All my options that I gave to Blue were romance. That's just where I am. Got to 40 at 58% of Next of Kin. So cute. So Michelle, you're a little ahead of me. And right, it's so good. I'm at the birthday party scene, if that means anything to anyone who's read this book. I feel like it's a good mix of really cute, but also covering really heavy topics, because with the look into the foster care system, and like one of the children has like fetal alcohol syndrome. So there's heavy topics in here along with the very cute romance that is happening. So I like the play on both things in this book. Having a good time. Didn't read, but my Danishes are done. Very delicious. And finishing crocheting my first arm cuff of the sweater. That's a very productive sprint, Tina. I think in the next sprint, because I think tonight I might just order dinner. I'm kind of leaning towards doing that. I kind of want pita pit for dinner. So I might order that in the next sprint because it always takes like a while for it to get here. So I may do that in the next sprint. The paper edition is awesome. I want a little magic paper dog too. I would want a magic paper dog. I agree. Read 20 pages. Looked up the author on my Libby and Hoopla, and the only thing they saw was the Christmas book. Yeah, I'm lucky. One of my libraries has this audiobook. One of my American libraries has this audiobook. Started listening to the Christmas book called Setting the Record Straight. It also has LGBTQIA+ rep. That's awesome. I will definitely be adding that to my list for sure. I also know that I want to mention this for anyone who wanted to know. Out on a Limb, the audiobook comes out, I think, at the end of the year. So it's not actually like out yet, but it will be out soon. Got to 40% in Scum Villain, and we finally moved on from the annoying villains. Perfect. At least, hopefully, the next 60% will be better. I love all the characters, but just like Little Willow is so cute. Leaving for my next job, but happy sprinting, everyone. Have a good night at work, Leandra. Thanks for joining. 62% of the Bone Shard War by Andrea Stewart. That's a chunky one. Are you liking that series? It's a series that I've had my eye on. So I would love to know if you're liking it. I don't think that's the first book, so I'm assuming that you do, but let me know. Thank you. Yeah, that's what it is. It's cute, but there's heavy stuff in there. It's certainly not just like your surface level rom-com by any stretch. Didn't read, listened to a podcast while I started a load of laundry and tidied up my kitchen, set my dishwasher to start when the laundry's done. That was a very productive sprint. That's the thing with, I really feel like, especially with daytime sprints, but also nighttime sprints, like it's definitely reading and productivity because we all have stuff that we need to get done. And I feel like I'm the most productive with reading and with life things when there's sprints going on, because it's like you have that little bit of a break, but then you have like a solid 45 minutes of like getting stuff done. Made a turkey dinner yesterday, one of the hottest days here, and you roasted a turkey. Whew. So I have leftovers. That's the nice thing about turkey is the leftovers. They called school due to the heat index today. Wow, that is hot, Michelle. And I'm here with fall weather. Everyone in my family has killed someone. I have this on my TBR. What are you thinking of it? I bought it because I just needed to know what this book was about. So let me know. It's incredible. The Born Shard War is the third and last book. Highly recommend. Great intrigue, character, and world building and magic. Nice. Also love The Bone Shard Daughter. Felt okay about Bone Shard Emperor, and then really didn't enjoy Bone Shard War. So you loved the first book, and then it went downhill after that. Okay. I still think I'd be interested. Like I said, it's been one that I've had my eye on. So it might be worth me trying and see what I think of the whole trilogy as a whole. A trilogy is easy to kind of get into too. Like it's different when some fantasies are like really long series and they're like a huge undertaking. Like a trilogy is a doable amount of books, you know? I also read the long fantasy series, but they're a little bit more to commit to. It just depends. So I think in this one, I will, like I said, order food in this sprint. I think that's the plan, and continue listening to Next of Kin because I am really enjoying this. Kelly has 1.5 hours left of Love Light Farms. You've got this. Are you loving Love Light Farms? I 5-starred that book. Love it. Good. Lots of interesting characters, even though it's a big book. It's well paced. It's a whodunit. I love a whodunit. So this is all things that I think I'm going to love. Right? Love Light Farms is so fantastic. I love Love Light Farms. I love the small town. I love the romance. Loved that book. Yeah. And I will say, like, I know a lot of people think of it as a Christmas book, but I personally would not think of it as a Christmas book. It's more like a fall book, if anything, because it's set around Thanksgiving, not around Christmas. It's just set at a Christmas tree farm, but like that is not even the main plot of that book. Like you barely see the Christmas tree farm. Like barely at all. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that I'm here able to get us motivated and get us going today. Like I said, I feel like I get my most amount of stuff done when I'm on sprints. Oh, I'm so glad you're loving it. I highly recommend. Highly recommend. I actually don't think I used the audiobook when I read this book. So I don't know if the audiobook's good. Maybe if someone's read the audiobook, they can let me know, because I don't think I did the audiobook for Love Light Farms. I think I physically read Love Light Farms, but either way, I loved the book. Literally, I cannot imagine trying to get through this readathon without audiobooks. I tried to physically read a couple of books, and I did physically read a couple, but I've really at this point just gone, if it's not available on audio, it's not on my TBR for Amazing Readathon. Like I can't do it. I'm either just doing audio or immersion reading basically all my books. I immersion read a lot of my books anyway, like in general. I started immersion reading at the beginning of this year. I started doing immersion reading, and I really found that I really loved that way of reading. And it is my preferred method of reading books at this point. Audios for the win, right? We can get stuff done, we can get the things finished. So I am going to pull up the timer and we are going to go into another sprint. And like I said, I think I'm going to order dinner and I might try and finish cutting out all the rest of that pick pongathon stuff because I have to get that done so I can film my throws tomorrow. So I may try to finish cutting those last few pages of that during this sprint, but I will see everyone back in 45 minutes.
Now boarding flight AMZ 825 to Beijing.
Hello, hello. How did that sprint go for everyone? I finished cutting all the prompts for Ping Pongathon and the rewards and punishments. So that is all set up for me to throw ping pong balls tomorrow. Will it be kind to me? I really hope so. But who knows? I don't know if my hand-eye coordination is up for that kind of task. We'll see what happens. I do not know. I also made it to 48% of next of kin, and I'm really loving this book so far. I'm having a really great time. So, we love that. Neva popped in while we were on our sprint. Hello, Neva. It's okay. I know that you were sleeping. It's totally okay that you were not here earlier. No issues. Sleep is important. We are a fan of sleep. I just skipped over it. I assumed you just had something resting on like your keyboard or something. I was like, clearly. Or a cat walked on it. Something of that nature. That's what I assumed happened. So no worry. Or the keyboard was acting up. I figured it was something happening of that nature. So absolutely no worries. Jessica hit 31% in Flawless by LC Silver. Jessica, are you loving these as much as everybody else is loving these? Because I seriously need to pick up this series. Everyone loves it so much. 86% of next of kin, the spicy is on. Okay, so good to know that I'm nearing the spicy bit. Good to know. I wasn't actually sure if this book is spicy. I assumed it was, but you never know. I didn't go into it like knowing that, so I was kind of like, I didn't want to expect spicy because I didn't know. So now I'm actually excited that there is, so that's good. I think it was just a keyboard malfunction, but I was like, that's fine. Tina called the doctor and then asked my mom about supplies for Pick Pongathon. She's going to order ping pong balls and cups. And then I was watching YouTube while sewing in the end. Nice. Yes, I had to do the same thing. I got the ping pong balls at the grocery store. They had ping pong balls. I was very impressed. So I got those and then I had to grab the cups off Amazon because it's hard to get plastic cups here now. So I just ordered them off Amazon because then they'd get right to my door. Easy, no big deal. Started a new book and got 10% in. What did you start? Inquiring minds would like to know what you're reading. It was a combination of a few things, but I'm all good now. Everything's good. Courtney's fine. I just assumed it was like a cat walking on you don't have a kid, so that's why I assumed a pet. Because if it were me, it would be most likely my child deciding to be like, doo, doo, doo. Just got the phone call for my student teaching placement. I'm so excited. So I've been busy doing emailing and calling people during that sprint. That is very exciting. Also, that is scary. I did not see that email, but I will go look at it. Okay. Bree, you say the most ominous things. I love how Bree can just like drop a sentence and we're all like, what does it mean? Vibing with the older brother more, but I'm warming up to Rhett. Okay. My library doesn't have the LC Silver books. I know that they're on KU, or they were. I don't know if they are now that I think LC Silver is being traditionally published. So I actually don't know if they're still on KU. I know they were on KU at a time. Someone maybe can let me know if they're still on there. I know they were at one point, but I do know that they're being traditionally published. So sometimes when that happens, that means they're no longer on KU anymore. I would suggest outsourcing the ping pong throwing to your son and blurring out his face. Yeah, no, he won't do that. If he would want to, he could, but he won't want to. He doesn't really care much about my BookTube channel, other than the fact that sometimes he'll be like, oh, mommy's live streaming. That's kind of cool. And then he's gone. Earlier, you said that I just have just the one child. He's my one and only. Fear I need to the rest of the series because I don't have enough books on my TBR. Right? That's the thing with starting anything. I've actually been trying, as I start another series, to not start any more series before I finish a few. Obviously, I'm having varying success with that because here I am starting a series. So let me check. I did not get an email, Bree. Let me go to the actual thing. It is there. I just didn't get an email. But it is, if I go into Patreon, there's something there. So I don't know if that means anything to you, but that's the information I have. Reading on, yes, you're reading it on KU, so it is still on KU. Very good. You never know. Sometimes when I know books are going to be traditionally published, I'll go and quickly get the KU version, and just because they won't take it off your KU, you just won't be able to get it once you return it if it goes off KU. So I'm like, mine. Am I the only one who thought Nope. It's right here on the YouTube. Sorry, my comments are doing really weird things. It is right here on the BookTube, on YouTube. And we're just reading books. Ooh, that sounds good. I might have to add that to my TBR. I'm always looking for new romance recommendations because I only started reading romance at the beginning of December. December of last year. I'd read it occasionally before then, but not very often. And I would read it occasionally, but most of the time I'd be like, I don't really read romance. And then I read it for Christmas and became obsessed. Discord's going nuts. What is going on, Bree? Oh, it's just blue team talking about sprints. Am I doing things? I was like, what's going on? Just got an error when I was posting. No, it's on the Patreon, so you're good. Welcome to BookTube. Right? Once you join BookTube, it is I honestly think it's one of the best ends of the internet, to be honest. I have met so many amazing people on BookTube and so many friends, and it's such a supportive community. Obviously, most of the time, because there's always, exceptions to every rule. But in general, I just love this side of the internet, and I cannot believe I only met some of you within the last year, because I've only been on BookTube for a little over a year. Think it's on my list because Bethany rated it pretty high, and it was in one of her rec videos. No, they're talking about us talking in the spring. Because I was like, why is my phone buzzing? It was buzzing so rapidly that I thought for a second someone was calling. That's why I looked over, because it was rapid buzzing. And I was like, what is happening? What is going on? Who knows? So that is the end of the comments. So let me pull up the timer again, and we will get back into our reading, and I will go see what all the Discord chat is about, and I'll also go vote on your poll. So I've got things to do. Emma, that is the operative word. Bree hasn't done anything yet. Everyone is speculating. There's speculation going on. There is always speculation going on, though, in the chats and things all the time. But maybe I think we should all read, because if there's things going down, we need to be prepared. I don't know if things are going down. I have no idea what's going on. But maybe we should go read the books. So get some reading done, get some books submitted, and see what happens over the course of the next day. Who knows? So let us go into our next sprint, and I will see everyone in 45 minutes.
Now boarding flight AMZ 825 to Beijing.
Hello.
Hi.
We gained a Cal, everyone.
I finished work.
Yay! That's always exciting.
It was good. It was a productive day. So, yeah.
I've just been here. Today.
I'm jealous. I would have rather been here.
This has been my day. Welcome to it. Also, I don't know if you know, but we talked about it earlier. So I went to Tim Hortons today and they have all the fall stuff out. Like all the pumpkin spice treats and stuff are out.
Ooh, I like the muffin.
Right? I was very excited. So what are you reading and doing?
I actually don't know because I just finished Vampires of El Norte like on the sprint.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I really liked it. I gave that 4 stars.
Nice.
But now I need to find a book with script, and I looked at every single book on my physical TBR. Not a single sucker there. So I need to get creative here.
That's the worst. Yeah. I kind of had that moment this morning because I finished last night on sprints, Trial of Sorcerers, like right as we went off. And I went to look at like what's left of my TBR that I actually have to read this month. Does any of it work? No.
Thanks, Brianna.
I was like, so then I just am with all of my books. And that's just overwhelming. Like that's an overwhelming amount of books.
Yeah.
To choose from. So then I just let Blue Team decide. I was like, can someone pick one?
Just choose. Just choose.
Somebody else has to take this choice for me. I can't handle it. So, well, I hope you can find something. I'm sure you can find something.
But. Yeah, I'm thinking I might look at my like shelf of older books and like see if there's something else. But it's really not a look that I appreciate is cursive writing on a book cover. Sure. So we'll see. And then if not, I'll just go through Goodreads and be like, what's on my TBR? That's ugly. But
that's ugly. This is also the prompt for you of covers you don't like.
Yeah, we like accessible fonts in this house, you know?
That's fair. I got to 63% of next of kin during that sprint.
Nice.
I'm really hoping to finish it before Bree causes chaos because Bree said that she did a poll. And I'm like, does that mean now? Does that mean later? What does a poll mean? Does that mean I have hours? Does that mean I have another evening? Like what does it mean?
I feel like I know which day, but I also don't know. Okay, the thing is, I should know which day, right? Because her and Margaret talk about it in the group chat that I'm a part of.
But you don't remember.
No.
Cow. That's fair.
I feel like I know.
To be honest, Bree went, I dropped a poll and left that like ominously in the chat and then went, gotta go.
like, okay, bye.
Thanks so much for that information and just leave. And if that's not Loki energy, I don't know what is.
She's out Loki'd herself this time. We both kind of Loki'd during Avengers, but for this, she's really she's the acceptable timeline Loki.
I was like, okay, well, thanks for that ominous. I dropped a poll and then just bye. We love it. Jess reached 40% in Flawless, liking it more and more. Gotta get up and stretch a bit. That's fair. That's the nice thing about having audiobooks sometimes is you don't have to like necessarily sit and like read the whole time. Because if I did, my back would hate me after very quickly. 45% of Divine Rivals eating this book up. It's so freaking good. I've heard only amazing things. Like literally.
What's it even about? Like I know you guys were saying it's historical fantasy.
To be honest, see, that's what I can't tell you because I thought it was Fanro until last night when you both told me it was historical fantasy and I went, well, clearly I don't know what this is.
Okay, here we go. When two young rival journalists find love through a magical connection, they must face the depths of hell in a war among gods to seal their fate forever.
Interesting.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll add it to my want to read.
I will say, just based off the synopsis, it doesn't sound great, but off the reviews, it sounds fantastic.
Look at that. Not fucking script.
Oh, sorry. So it still doesn't work for you there. What kind of genre are you feeling?
911 fan fiction?
911?
No, I don't know. I'm honestly, I'm in a bit of a mood for nonfiction, if I'm being completely real. But
I feel like some nonfiction would have like fancy font, like a signature, even like someone's name and a signature or
that's
something.
true.
Right?
Let me look through my shit.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Michelle finished Next of Kin and loved it. I'm loving it too, honestly.
What's that one about?
It is about a 25-year-old girl who is adopted, but like went through the foster care system before she was adopted. And at the beginning of the book, finds out her birth mother just gave birth to a baby and is asked to basically take the baby as part of a next of kin placement.
Oh.
And the only way she can like pass the CPS's outlines is to team up with another person who is also taking care of their sibling so they can like have an apartment together.
Wait, and is that script?
This is on KU and on Script.
No, sorry, script. Like that.
Yes, it is.
Okay, maybe I do that then. Maybe I do that.
So, and his brother is 15 and he is deaf. So I'm loving the deaf representation in this. This is a fantastic book. It covers really hard topics, but it's also very cute. Like, I don't know how that two things can happen in the same place, but like it's happening.
I am here for it, and I am going to go get that on Kindle.
It is also on KU. So there you go. It's very cute. And like I said, it covers the heavy topics because obviously it covers like foster care and, you know, the placement system and parents who are not necessarily in good places and very things. There's a lot of things. And relationships with birth parents and adoptive parents and it social workers. There's like everything's in there, but it's also really cute. So I don't know how it can be both, but it is.
Well, I'm excited. I feel like that answers my question.
There you go. I hope you like it. As Rye picked it for me in blue because Rye read it 2 weeks ago and gave it 5 stars.
This is perfect.
So there you go.
Okay.
Ate dinner and made it further through into the curfew. Nice. Good job. Got to chapter 13 of my audio in 5 squares of the blanket done. Light is changing, so switching to A Court of Silver Flames. Very nice. Debating on what book to read for Beijing. So in the same place as Cal, trying to figure out what script book to read. The new Allie Hazelwood works. Love theoretically. This is true. I think all of Allie Hazelwood books work. I think they all have some form of cursive in the cover.
Can I not just buy it?
Should be able to.
Okay, no, okay, I can. Because it's like read with Kindle Unlimited or Audible. And I'm like, can I just buy the ebook?
You should be able to still buy the ebook. Yeah.
Oh, look, it's giving me a 2-fer. All 2 for you in this series. All right.
Oh, yeah, there's a second book, which I will be going on to very quickly.
Okay, great.
To be honest, if I didn't think that I would, if I thought I could finish both before Brie does Havoc, I would do both. Because my library has both audiobooks, which is...
Oh, yeah. But we don't trust anything.
Nope, I don't. I have the other audiobooks, so like we'll see what it looks like when I finish this. I still have, I don't know how many hours left. Please hold. I have 2 hours and 35 minutes, but that's at normal speed. So an hour and 20-ish minutes.
Not bad.
Is that math? Is that the math? Is that me doing math?
You'll get it done tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll finish it tonight for sure. The question is, will I finish it before your sprints? Probably not. Probably finish it on your sprints.
Yeah, I don't know. Guess we'll find out.
It depends on how much. It just depends on how it goes.
Yeah, it really does.
Got to 25% into Sweet Hand. So far, it's the setup of a romance novel. Don't really have anything else to say. Right on.
So far, it is formulaic. Like, that is what I heard.
That's exactly what that said. So glad you loved Vampires of El Norte. Is that how it said?
Yes. Yeah, I really, really liked it. It was interesting too. I was reading the author's note, and she's an academic, the author, and she was reading an actual document from the Mexican-American War. And so this is like before vampires were part of popular culture. And I guess one of the writers was referencing like white American soldiers coming in as vampires, and that gave her the idea. And I just think that's so cool that she just read this like firsthand account of this really brutal war and was like, we're gonna make that a novel. Like, I love that.
I feel like I would like that.
It's pretty good if you like, especially if you do vibe with historical fiction with like a supernatural twist. It's good, and she's a very strong writer. So
yeah, I think I would like that. And Candy, I saw that Michelle's already answered this question, but it is in the Patreon. If you have been a part of Bree's Patreon, you can vote on what her next book is. Not really, though, because it's usually just like emoji polls and random things. So like you're voting, but like, do I know what I voted for? Absolutely. It's not a fantasy romance, definitely historical fantasy with romance in it. Involves typewriters and magical wardrobes. It's just so good. That actually makes me want to pick it up more, to be honest, because we all know until last night, which I'm not going to go into details on Trial of Sorcerers because I'm on the live show for the book club, so I will keep all of my thoughts till then. But until last night, I didn't think I was a fan row girl.
it can be good.
So I had a really great time. Maybe I'm entering my fan row era.
Hell yeah.
It worked out well that it was on the one that I'm doing a live show for. That always works out well.
Thank you.
I think I'll go back to Hello Stranger to finish it next. Are you liking Hello Stranger? I have the arc of that and need to pick it up because the book's already out. You know, it's fine. Everything's fine. I will eventually get to it. Thank you for joining, Tina. Have a good evening. If I don't see you again before the end of the night, because between here and Cal Springs, we're still going to be here for a while.
Forever.
We're still going to be here for a while. I have no idea how late Cal's going, but at least for a few
until
more.
I get sleepy.
Last night, I was like, if Bree does another one, I'm out. I was like,
I was feeling it too. Even the last one, she's like, "Can you stay? Like, can you be there in case my internet goes out?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm tired."
Like, fine, I will try to stay up.
If I fall asleep and the internet goes out, though, it's anybody's game.
It'll just be me there going like, hi everyone.
Hey, Cal.
I'll be like, I'll just scream and hope someone notices.
That would work.
I recommend Set the Record Straight, but it's a Christmas book. This is by the same author as Next of Kin.
Okay, all right.
There's only 4 books out. One is the sequel to this. And then there's Out on the Limb, which is about, I think, a one-night stand that ends up in a pregnancy, I think. But like they have prosthetic limbs. That plays in, so there's like that rep. That's where the title comes from, Out on a Limb. I liked it. I haven't read it.
All right.
Hopefully the team will pick up the slack. Blue team has it. It's fine. We've got it. I think. I never really know until the things come out. 75% into Set the Record Straight. Next of Kin was a very fast read. Yeah, the audiobook's only 7 hours long. So it's like, cool. It's very fast. Yeah. Rainy's like, I will bring you over to the fan row side. You will like fan row. I will try. About 33% through Assassin's Blade for some sightseeing. Probably won't finish it before the Chaos prompt drop. Who knows? We don't know when it's coming, really. Are you liking Assassin's Blade? I was not a huge fan of Assassin's Blade. I said that on the internet and I got attacked.
Yeah. You know what? It's just not an author I'm going to read for that reason because I know how I'll feel.
I gave it 3 stars. Like, I didn't hate it.
And you got attacked for giving it a mediocre rating.
Yeah. So that's when I went, I'm good.
No more.
Thanks anyway. Yeah, because like a 3 star is not like a bad rating.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Most
So I
books
was like, okay.
get 3 stars, you know? Like, it's just...
So I was like, I will pass on the rest of that.
Yep.
Hi, Crystal. How are you?
Hey.
How are you doing? I know you have a sick kiddo. I feel like everyone's kids have been sick this week.
Or themselves.
Luckily, I did not get sick. I thought I might. I think at this point I'm probably safe because it's been 48 hours.
Yeah.
I think if I was going to get sick, I would have already. Reading a sightseeing book, an ARC. Not sure what I'm going to rate it. Have to review it on IG, and it wasn't great. Oh, I hate when I have to review a book because it's an ARC, and I like agreed to review it to get it, and then I hated it. That's always
Thanks for the free entertainment. However,
do you have to review it or do you just have to post about it?
Yeah, I guess that's part of the whatever.
Because you could just do like, here's a pretty picture of this book. You know, it's coming out on such and such a date. Here's the synopsis.
It was a book that I read.
Make no comment as to your thoughts on it at all.
What are my thoughts on it? I had some.
I had some, but I'm not going to post about them. Only 10% into Hello Stranger. It's fine so far. Too soon to see if I'll love it or not. Sorry. There was a child at the door. I was like, oh.
Hello. You gotta do.
Thank you so much for that. That does help the live very much. It's a fast read, not a fan of the main character's attitude, but I've been told the series gets better. Regardless, I'm reading it for Magical Readathon. It's my pet pick. I love watching pet picks. I think it would be very interesting to see your pets do a pick.
My pets?
Yeah, your pets.
I've done it with Briar, I think, before when she was really little. Cassie, I actually had her trained at one point to go grab a book off a bookshelf. So I could probably do that again.
That's amazing.
Yeah, she'll put anything in her mouth though. Like I've been so naughty about just like giving her shit that now when she gets really excited, she'll go find my wallet and bring it to me.
Sorry, there's a child in the room. I'm like, hello. He's like, Mama. I'm like, yeah, hi.
I am here, yes.
Hi.
Correct.
Yeah. I think your dogs would be fun though. Especially Porto.
Oh, and that was the other thing. We taught him to pick up books off the shelf, but then he would just go grab, I'd be reading a book and he would just come take it from my hands and walk away. And I'd be like, okay.
See, that's what I mean. That's the chaos that I would be signing up for.
I could do that, like just having my dogs carry my books for me.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what this is with regards to, but I will. So I hope you do.
It's basically, we have these like, okay, first of all, I don't understand plants. I find them very needy and annoying. But we have one that it's not even in a pot. It's just like a freestanding plant. Emma knows all about it. She's a green thumb. And it's on a shelf. And Porto was dreaming and he woke up and he knocked the plant off the shelf. And he looked at it and he picked it up and he brought it to me. Like so gently, like,
he was like, I don't know what I've done. And I
didn't done wrong. And I was like, you're a good boy. But the plant is fine. It survived.
To do it. I'm so sorry.
It's honestly a miracle it survived because this is the dog that will like rip through a cardboard box just for fun. But he picked this plant up so gently. Like he was like, oh, it is a living thing, unlike the ducks. But you know,
true.
Yeah,
that's too funny.
He's so cute. I'll find the picture for you. He's so fucking cute.
Your dogs are so cute.
You know what? He's not the one I chose. He's Emma's dog. Some days he's my favorite. I got this plant for you.
Oh my gosh, my heart.
I
It's
love
so
him.
cute.
I love him so much. He's just a baby boy.
That is too cute. Anyway, I am going to put us into the next sprint and deal with whatever is needed. Because I'm apparently needed for something.
You're
I think
busy.
he wants to show me something. Like, can you please get off so that I can show you something? Mom, come on. I'm your top priority, right?
Obviously.
So I will put us into a 45-minute sprint and go see what's going on. And I will see you all in 45 minutes.
Now boarding flight AMZ 825 to Beijing.
Hello.
Scared the shit out of me, man.
I literally, let's just start with the elephant in the room.
It's like,
I was upstairs because during the sprints, I go upstairs to be with my son and my family. And usually I'm reading on the couch or in the kitchen or wherever I need to be. And I have it on the TV so that I can see when I need to come back down.
oh, smart.
I was like, oh crap. And then I looked to see if I could run down and skip it. And I was like, there's no way I'll make it down. It just plays through. So I was like, whatever, we're just gonna.
It is what it is.
And I saw your face and I was like, I don't know what to do.
I was so bamboozled because I have like another window of Chrome open, but that's not this window. Like this is my Amazing Readathon window, and my other window is like my fanfic window.
Yep.
And I was like, is this coming from my Google Doc? Like, what the hell's going on?
I was like, there's literally nothing I can do about it, but we're just gonna have to all go through it. And then I just watched the comments and I was just dying because, you know, it was what it was.
Yeah.
That was not needed, YouTube. I agree.
Correct. God damn it, Margaret, monetizing your videos.
I feel like that was worse than the Pomodoro Kitty sometimes. It scared the crap out of me.
Yes.
But this made me laugh. Is Emma sometimes plays videos in class and then there's inappropriate ads.
Whoopsie.
Like, this is not my doing. I have no control over the ads. So, you know, anyway, that's so funny, Emma. Not funny for the kids, but like I would be like so awkwardly stressed that I would be like, what do I do? How was the sprint though, other than
good? I got 8% done. So
nice.
Yeah. That started off
right
right the action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's like cute, but also very heavy.
Like, whoa.
Yeah.
We're going there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We are. We're at 76% and they're finally like getting to the together part of the romance.
Okay.
Which makes sense because it's not really like in and of its core, it's not fully a romance. So it takes a minute for them to like get to that point. I think
the
if it was
inciting incident is not a meet cute. So
no.
Yeah.
They've got shit going on.
Yeah.
So like
busy.
They've got a lot going on. These characters, they have a lot. It works for this book. Normally I'd be like, that's a little slow. But for this book, it works. Also, the book is short. So it's not so bad. Hello, Ro. How are you? Watched the Riverdale finale. It was actually heartfelt. The show was bonkers. I only ever watched the first season of that show and then I gave up.
I was like, I can't anymore.
It just wasn't my thing. I was like, this is too, I don't know, teenage angst for my
Well, and then I think it was a completely different show every season. So
it was, from what I've heard from the people who watch it.
Like YouTube reviews that I've seen. Yeah.
I never got into that one. Although, to be honest, I'm not a huge TV person either. Like, if I like a show, I will just binge the whole thing and just watch it from start to finish.
Yeah, it's harder to follow something.
Yeah, I'm not good at following things.
Especially when the writers strike.
Right?
You know.
Which makes perfect sense. I understand.
I'm fully in support.
But, yes. It does affect our TV watching.
Was I supposed to have new episodes of 911 in a month? I was.
You were.
I was.
Yeah. So sorry.
Yeah. No, it's good.
It is good. It is good.
Give them their residuals.
Also, sad.
Fuck Disney for this.
Mm-hmm. Gotten to over 50% of your book. Awesome. We're getting them books done. Cool. We are getting through them. I feel like I've seen people read entire books. Like when you do long sprints, you're here for like the whole.
Oh, she started and finished that all today.
The whole journey of the book. Mm-hmm. Have less than 20 minutes left of your book. You'll finish this in the next sprint, Jean. You've got this. Also, don't forget to submit your books immediately upon finishing them, because
we just never know when Brianna's going to do the thing that she does.
I do not trust Brianna at all, to be honest.
Not one of my favorite people in the world, and nope.
No, not in this case. I mean, with other things I would, but not in this not in this case. Also, if you haven't done your roadblock, might I suggest in the next sprint doing so.
Wait, what?
Do you not know about the roadblock?
No, I do. Sorry, I was just looking at the host chat, and Brianna just messaged, I didn't know Canada had kangaroos.
Oh, just read.
We don't.
No, read the whole thing.
I'm not going to, because there's so much.
It was a moment. I'll tell you about it later.
Okay.
When we get off this, I will explain that whole conversation. You will die.
Okay.
You're like, we don't have kangaroos.
We certainly do not.
We certainly don't have kangaroos. It was a good sprint. I'm at 37% into Sweet Hand now. I think I'll finish it today. Nice. You've got this. I have faith in you. Determined to finish my book tonight. Well, we have lots of sprints, so we still have hours of sprints yet. So you're good. All of the sprints, probably they will slow down. Well, I say that, but I'm hosting a readathon next month, so mine are not slowing down. Because I'm hosting a different readathon for Ping Pongathon. So yes and no.
Yeah, they just won't be as coordinated to one event.
No. Well, there's Ping Pongathon sprints. So there are those, but it will be less often, I think. Who knows? About an hour and 52 minutes left of my book, according to my Kindle. Almost done. Reading a throuple romance.
I love that.
Me too. What are you reading, Ro? I always find like anytime Ro shows up, I get like new TBR.
It's true. Ro has insider knowledge, and I don't know how.
I've never heard of these books, but they sound awesome. Oh, Ice Planet Honeymoon. I support this decision. I support the Ice Planet decision. I love Ice Planet. This is a long story that I will refrain from telling on the internet. But
I just got tagged in it.
I will try and update Cal's with the condensed version.
I've seen kangaroos at the Toronto Zoo.
Yeah, I've never seen a kangaroo. Our zoo does not have kangaroos.
Well,
although our zoo's kind of pathetic. To be honest, it doesn't have most things.
The Toronto Zoo is like one of the best in the world, so I'm kind of spoiled.
Yeah, you are. We have both a zoo and a wildlife park, and might I suggest that a wildlife park is unnecessary.
It does seem like there's not a lot of things that you should just drop in Nova Scotia.
Well, the wildlife park is only things that are native to Nova Scotia,
which is already like not a super populous province.
I'm like, here's a coyote. We've all seen them. They're everywhere.
Oh, great. I shoot it because it's coming after my dogs.
Like I know what a coyote looks like. They're just, you see them all the time.
Yeah. It's a fucking dog, man.
It's a glorified dog.
Yeah, that's just what it is.
It will eat small things. You know, things of equal or smaller size. It will try to eat. Yeah, it's pointless, really. Ooh, Sarah Kate. Okay, I'm gonna hold on. As I do, I just take a picture of the comment so that I can look it up later.
Oh, smart.
Yeah, I saw Gavin doing it once on sprints, and I was like, "That's brilliant. Why did I not think of that?"
Things that are like, it should be simple.
Should have been obvious, but was not. It's fine. Only read 20 pages. That's still really good. My husband came home with a PSL and roast pork for lunch. That sounds delicious.
Blessed.
Back home, I have kangaroos in the backyard, but I am from Australia.
That is where they're from.
That
We're
is where the kangaroos are from.
mistaking our colonies here.
The kangaroos are from Australia.
Yeah.
Seen kangaroos in the Toronto Zoo and the Niagara Falls Zoo.
And
Yes.
if they exclusively exist in zoos and tourist cities, then do we really have them?
No, we don't. We really, really don't. I'll just send you a condensed version on Instagram audio. I'll be like, this is what happened.
Good.
Because it was a long conversation that really had no point, but it was funny.
I check my mentions once a day, maybe, and I'm like, why the fuck?
At this point, I can condense you in a 1 minute voice message.
Perfect.
I'll catch you up. Okay, which I will do at the start of the sprint, and then I will continue to read because I'd like to finish this book. What time is it? Okay,
6:10.
so we are not doing a 45-minute sprint.
Oh my god, I have to sprint soon.
Yes, you do.
Wow.
I went, what time is it? If we do a 40, that gives us 10 minutes to jump over to yours. So that's what we're going to do. I went, what time is it? Lost track. Okay, I'll see everyone in 40 minutes.
Now boarding flight AMZ 825 to Beijing.
Hello.
Did chaos just drop? Just
Chaos literally just dropped. Like with 2 minutes left.
Just right fucking now?
That's what happened. Yeah. Yeah. Chaos. So, this is your reminder, Blue Team, to please use spoiler tags for the next little bit so that everyone watches Bree's video, because I haven't had a chance to put that in the chat. So, there you go. Hello.
Hi.
I love, we're just in shock.
I was wrong about what day.
You were wrong about the day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I thought it was going to be tomorrow.
So did I.
Because of the timer. And it wasn't. So that's a thing.
Yeah.
I have 25 minutes at regular speed left at this book. So I have like 20 minutes left and I did not get it in. Rude. But I will be finishing it before I move on to whatever city is next. And to be honest, I know nothing because there was like 1 minute left on the sprint.
It's not Vancouver.
It's Vancouver. It's not. It's not where we're going. So, yeah. Here for the chaos. So are we. This is the first one that's dropped while I've been on the sprints.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
And I'm like, you haven't watched it yet. Oh, I at least had it 5 seconds to watch it, but like, I mean, I consumed it very quickly.
Yeah.
Like, I have no plans at this point.
I was setting up for my next sprint and I didn't get anything done. Yeah.
Fair, because we're going to you in just a matter of minutes.
Literally right now, yeah.
So, same, Jen. Same. Same. I literally have 25, maybe 30 minutes left on this. So, that's fine. It's fine.
Perpetually behind. My brand.
It's all good. It's just a sightseeing book. I still am going to finish it before I move on because I have 25 minutes left. So like, I'll finish and then I will move on. Are you all right?
I'm great. I'm just reading the green team chat.
Oh, I can't even, I'm not even looking at the blue team chat until I'm not running sprints. I'm not. Are they struggling? I don't even want to know. Who knows?
It's such a great time to host my own sprints in 6 minutes.
Oh, right. When the chat is going crazy. Yeah. It's fine. We'll be fine, Cal. We will be fine. We've got this. Literally on the move. Brianna said, here, Brittany and Cal deal with the people in chaos on your sprints. Literally. That is what happened. That's okay, because I'm about to stop running sprints, so then I can go and be in the Discord and do the things. It's more Cal's problem than it is mine.
Oh, it's my problem in a few different ways. Yeah.
Oh, really? Love it. Love this prompt. I'm not even going to say what it is because, to be honest, I only listened to part of the video and then I scrolled to the end, and I'm going to go watch the entirety when I get off. But I was watching the timer tick down and I was like, I don't have time to watch the whole thing. So I was like, city, prompt, scroll to end. I will now go watch Bree in its entirety now that we're done. I got the gist. And then I was like, I need to be live on the internet. So there we go. So I'm going to do that and answer all these Discord notifications. So we are going to head off, but no worries. We are not leaving you for long because in 5 minutes we have sprints and I did link them right here. So we're just moving on. We're just moving on. You got a second to grab a drink and refresh yourself and figure out what you might be doing for this new prompt, and then meet us over with Cal. So that's what we're doing. But for right now, we're heading off, and having a couple minutes before we move on to cows.
Yeah.
So we'll see y'all then. Bye.